Hello, hello, hello. At least my mic is working, and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and today is Wednesday, and it's a great way to start off a Wednesday with Bob Ross unhappy with the archery bot being broken because the entire bot is broken at the moment. Um, Not how I wanted to start the stream, but that's okay. I completely forgot to turn off the redemption, so that's my fault. Muffled mic. Oh, so maybe my mic isn't working. All right, we'll find out what's going on. Yeah, I'll find out. No, it's most likely me. Just let me take one thing at a time though today. Like last Friday, I am resetting up this machine. Oh, wrong input. Most likely. I'm setting up this machine. Yeah, it switched to my headphones. Why did it switch to my headphones? The Yeti mic. I was gonna find out what the background was for you, but then it changed while I was trying to get the mic set up. So again, one thing at a time, pretty please. I know that there are things that need to be fixed. I set up a different computer, the same computer as Friday, but I reformatted since then. So I thought I had everything set up, and then when I went to go look for the bot database, for example, I didn't back up the database. I have every other database that was on the server backed up except the bot. Which is like, why would I do that to myself? But that's okay. I restored the majority of the commands and should be good to go. All right. So they still broke the shuffle button. Like I don't have a shuffle button on the playlist anymore, which is really annoying. So let's just play from the top. And it looks like the audio is coming through. Good. What else do we have? We have sound alerts just to make sure that we can hear them on stream.
We don't need to print the internet.
Yes, but what audio source did that come from? Sound alerts.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Cool. So let me greet everyone. Hello to Stony Eagle. You were the first to wave. Bob Ross says ripped off because archery bot. Scott was talking about my mic, which I changed back to the correct source. Then Bob Ross said, I was about to say, I thought it was my audio. Sounds like wrong input. You were right. Mars is here. Hello, Mars. That's an interesting background. It was some kind of football field. But I could have told you where that football field was. Fortunately, I was too slow. Bob Ross says, so how is we all doing today? I'm a bit overwhelmed still. I spent all weekend trying to get the computers reformatted and brought back up while at the same time doing my day job and doing all the client work. What is that thing with 10 years of warranty in your back? I have no idea what you're talking about, but if you're talking about this scene that we're looking at out a window. Somewhere in, I need to make that bigger. Somewhere in Suwon, South Korea. In January of 2025. So I'm assuming you mean this tall, whatever that is. Let me see if I can make it bigger for myself. Yeah, it's too pixelated for even me to see, but I'm going to assume it's like a fan or an air conditioner of some sort. Or a heater. I don't know. Yeah, not my house. Maybe an air purifier. But hi, Ion. Okay, so I turned off archery for now. I was in the middle of getting the bot up and running. So let's go to the desktop. I think I'm done with all of my secrets. So I should be able to have this over here. These are the database commands that I just, before I started the stream, finished populating all of the missing commands. And the database is up and running. The bot itself, I haven't even tried running the bot on this machine, but first I need to get the LLM running. So the thing that I was hoping to do, here's the story. The story goes, I got a new computer because the old streaming computer was starting to just lag. You saw what was happening to the CPU. It was like almost always at 100%. That was weird. Gas mask man approves. It was almost always 100%, and there was just a lot of really, really weird stuff happening with the stream in general. So I had been trying to decide whether I wanted to get a NOS anyway. And after getting some insights from a few people, some suggestions, some ideas, some thoughts, it essentially came down to, are you sure a NOS is really what you need for your situation? Because it sounds like you want to host web apps, database servers, game servers, local LLM stuff. So no more crackly audio, I hope. Unless something happens to Thyrobius, but we'll get to that in a second. Unless you want crackly audio, I mean, I could try to get your voice mod thing working on this machine, which you haven't used, I don't think, lately. I mean, you haven't really streamed as much lately, but you streamed like twice while your boyfriend was out. I don't know if he's still gone, but yeah, I wasn't able to catch either of those because I didn't know, and I didn't have notifications turned on, which was dumb of me, and it's all my fault. It's nothing to do with you. But anyway, so since it was essentially just get a new PC, I got a new PC. I showed you the stats for it because I'm not much of a specs kind of guy. I just bought the PC pre-built and I was like, this sounds like it's got pretty good stuff. 192 gigs of RAM, 5090 graphics card, Intel Ryzen, AMD, I said Intel, AMD Ryzen 9, I want to say. You guys know what all of this means, I don't. So I'll leave it to you to guess what I actually mean to say if I'm saying it wrong. I think 9700 is the series that comes to mind. 16 core, I think. Anyway, so I got that. And I was trying to decide whether I was going to use that as my new streaming machine, or because most of the time I'm doing my development and just day stuff, and I even game on occasion over there on that setup, because that's where me and my wife hang out after my workday, and we're usually watching shows, doing stuff on the computer together, or just reading books. Sometimes the computer isn't even on. I was like, well, I want all of that power to be my LLM host, as well as gaming machine, as well as just what I work on the majority of the time. So I set it up as my PC over there. I moved that PC over here, and I didn't reformat it or anything, but Friday we got it up and running. Then I was like, man, there's a lot of stuff on this computer. I don't want a lot of stuff on this computer. I just want a nice clean install. Who knows what kind of other weird stuff there's on this computer. So what I did was I reformatted this computer over the weekend. And now you can see, like, I don't know if you guys remember what my hard drive situation used to look like, but every single one of these were full. Yeah, So now I only have stuff on the dev drive, which is all of my repos. So I set, it's an actual it's an actual 150 gigabyte SSD that I wasn't using, that I just went ahead and read on 5 different drives. That's what mine used to look like. So I took this other SSD that was still in a box that was only 150 gigs, and I'm like, I know why I wasn't using it, but why not just go ahead and use it? So I plugged it into this computer and set it up as a dev drive, and it's working great. So now we have all of our dev repos and stuff on a separate drive on this machine, which is cool. But then I also got a 4 terabyte M2 to go along with the original 4 terabyte M2 that was in this machine. So I installed the OS on here, and then I have this one for whatever else we're going to put on there. And then I have a spinny disk drive that came with this computer. That was a 3 terabyte drive. So I'm using that as well. I mean, who makes a 3 terabyte drive? So anyway, those are the hard drives on Thyrovius now. And I thought that I did everything as far as setting up the, so my financial management database is on Thyrovius. So I restored that as soon as I could so that I could keep tracking my finances. And my LLM was on Thyrovius, and I'm like, that thing has a 5090. Let's just use that. And so I tried setting up TextGen Web UI, and apparently there are no Torch libraries that support CUDA 12.8, and CUDA 12.8 is the only one that the 5090 supports like officially. So I tried installing CUDA 12.1, which is the thing that TextGen Web UI tells you to install, and all of its dependencies using PyTorch whatever version of PyTorch was with that. I tried setting that up and it still wouldn't load the model, and I'm like, well, crap. So the thing that I was able to do though was get Thyrovius back up and running with the LLM. So this machine will still continue running the LLM until the CUDA drivers get updated and we have an official PyTorch release that supports 12.8. I tried using the pre-release, the nightly build, but that didn't work either. So something about EX Llama not being available, and some other thing, auto something or other not being available. So I couldn't get that working. However, again, we have the LLM working here. So once that actually gets started up, then I will try launching the bot for the first time. In the meantime, Bob Ross says, I need to buy a new SSD. I want my C drive to have at least 1 terabyte, but I only got 230 gigs. Wow. How do you live? The new computer came with a 10 terabyte HDD, which is installed now on Angie. So I took Angie, by the way, moved him to where Nightshade used to be, moved Nightshade into the storage closet, which is so mean of me. I feel bad for Nightshade. If you've read any of the Michelle West stories, there's one series called the Cast series, and he kind of just he's like a main character, and then he disappears from the story completely. You don't hear about him, nothing. He's just gone. So that's kind of how I feel I'm treating him right now. All right, launch LLM. Okay, so we'll actually find out whether we're going to get crackly audio or not, because I'm about to load a model into the LLM after setting my parameters. I don't think... Oh, I haven't set up the equivalent parameters on this machine. So let's go over to Lev. So Lev is the name of the new... You guys will get used to the computer names. Lev is the name of the new computer. The streaming computer is Thyrovius. The server / NOS / everything else machine is Angie. He's very versatile. The, I don't know what to call him, the backup storage is Nightshade. DZ says, a nice C drive sounds like so much fun. One day I'll do the Pacific Coastal Highway. Oh my gosh, the puns. The puns. I love them. I love them so much. Don't stop. Don't ever stop. That's weird. Oh, I was like, I can hear Bardaki, but I don't see my multi-stream, and that's because we're looking at Lev. Well, I'm looking at Lev. I wonder, I could probably pull Lev over. I don't want to because he only has one desktop, and right now all of my business stuff is open. So yeah, too lazy. I'm trying to open the bot on Lev. No, I'm trying to launch the LLM. I'm trying to launch TextGen on him, which I can do. It's just, like I said, I can't load a model at the moment. So it's loading. Other than that, how was everyone's weekend into the beginning of the week? As you saw, I've changed my schedule. I will be streaming on Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, unless that ends up not being amenable to me. Okay, let's get simple P set up. So this is going to be a temperature of 0.7 to let it be a little creative. Actually, 0.7 was a little bit too much because, or too low, because the automated realms bot likes to be special, very, very special at times. And P, typical P, nope, top P is 0.9. Top K is 20, interesting. Typical P is 1. I don't know what, oh, XTC is the tensor threshold, I think. I can't remember. Token. TFS, which is not Team Foundation or Team Fortress. Drive base. Did I modify any of these? Repetition penalty. Yes, I have repetition penalty up a little bit higher. Still the same number of tokens. Why can't I scroll more? I'm missing some options. Why am I missing options? Dude, where's my other options? Dagnabbit. Penalty alpha. Oh, it's because I have it in 2 columns on this screen and only 1 column on that screen. I see. You're zoomed in too much. Okay, guidance scale. Stat tau. Okay, then for the options we have do sample, auto max new tokens, ban the EOS token. No, add the BOS token at the beginning of prompts. Skip special tokens, activate text streaming. Truncate top. Seed is -1. Whoa. I will read that here in a half second or more. Okay, save you as simple P. Chat. Chat tab. Your name is Automated Realms. Oh, I don't have the picture available. I may as well. You know what? I can configure this here. Maybe. Where did I put these? I'm not worried about the picture at the moment. Doesn't matter. So that's Automated Realms. I just copy and pasted the information. I am you. No personality, no chat history, no character, no special instruction template, although I should use Mistral. What does that even look like? The same. Okay. Fine. And is that everything? I think that's all of the configurations we need. So for our model, we can try loading. What is this called? Open Orca. Which is using xllama-hf. Okay, so we should be good. Let us try load. All right, so DC Aggie is saying, missed Friday because I was on campus making my final pitch for Blazor. Previous pitch to my direct team went well. The one to my boss's boss went great, but this last one to the team that manages the environment that our apps and websites run in went pretty poorly. Not giving up yet, but sure seems like we will be headed in the direction of MVC plus Razor Pages. At least if you go MVC plus Razor Pages, you still have the potential to add Blazor components to it. So you can still use Blazor if you want, and just when you do your development part, if the team is okay with it, just use Blazor components. For our transition from .NET Framework and Web Forms to .NET Core, and I'm not looking forward to learning and using a JavaScript SPA framework. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Wait, so MVC plus Razor Pages and then a JavaScript SPA framework on top of that? That one doesn't make sense to me. Biggest technical hurdle is that our apps will be load balanced without sticky sessions, so I'm not sure if Blazor server is an option in that scenario. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, definitely a thing to consider. Stony Eagle is saying, I'm really close to have the only FFmpeg build that has everything you need for CD, DVD, Blu-ray, decryption, subtitle, OCR, and audio fingerprinting. No need for any external libraries or binaries to do anything more. Just ditch my subtitle edit and FP calc dependency. Awesome. I can play encrypted physical Blu-rays directly on that's insane. That's insane. Hey, the chat LLM loaded. So that's a good sign. So let's try running the bot. Gonna ask me again. Yes, trust. I'm probably gonna run into a lot of issues with this. I've had, oh man, I've had a ton of issues. Wait, it just trusted. I've had a ton of issues with when I was setting up the other machines. Launching an app for the first time. I didn't realize I hadn't done that here. Launching an app for the first time and getting the certificate. The HTTPS certificate from IIS, or from .NET to get trusted in my browser. I had to do a whole bunch of hoops and hurdles and whatnot. Set as startup project. I was mousing over it like 6 times. All right, let's go again. Hopefully, the other thing that I forgot to do is back up my user secret, not back up, copy over my user secrets. Are you sure? There is no way I do not have a registered. Oh. What? Add bot services. What? Add index DB. Well, let's what? Let's try adding it to WASM just to see if that's an issue. Okay. Sorry, you guys can't actually see what my errors are. If I save that and try to rerun. Still no. Okay, so we are getting an exception that there is no IndexedDB accessor registered on Blazor UI Components channel connector. And if we look at the add indexed DB, we can see that we're adding a scoped IndexedDB accessor. And if we look on the server version, add indexed, oh, add server services. Excuse me, who else is calling add, no, not you. Add indexed DB. Oh, or initialize. Here it is. Who's calling this? Okay, so WASM client is the only one calling it. Have I really been running this as Blazor WASM the whole time? I could have sworn I remember doing a cd Blazor web app, .NET run. So I'm going to try running the hosted API instead. And that one worked, but no database connection because I probably don't have my user secret set up for Blazor WASM. I thought you two were using the exact same user secrets. You are. So what? What? Hello, TBD Gamer. Shout out to TBD Gamer. Great stream this morning. TBD has been working on getting his bot updated to work with the new Twitch API stuff, the changes that they're making. I have not done very much, if any, work to that, so I don't know what to say about that. What if I actually was on master, aka main? Make sure I don't have any secrets open and bring this back over. Oh, I'm so confused. I have no idea which. I really should have paid attention to which branch I was on and which version of the app I had been running. Because like now I don't have any history. I only have my copied over repos directory with no secrets. I remembered to get all of the work application client secrets, user secrets over onto that machine, but I completely forgot to do the bot's secrets. This is promising. This is not promising. All right, let's close that. Let me just close out of all of the windows. TBD says, I will be sharing a lot of it. I mean, I will share a lot of it. I don't know where B came from, but it was there. Okay. All right, one more run. Control F5. And let's find out what our actual error is. The error is... I don't know what the error is. The error is assertion failed, connect to hub, TwitchBot client line 151. It's got to be that I renewed my client secrets and the version of the secrets that I had backed up are not current. But that's what we're going to find out here real quick. This is probably the call to TwitchLib connect, right? This is not the Signal R client, but it is. Oh no, I don't know anything ever. Oh, in my configuration, if debug yeah, we're using base address / TwitchBot hub, which is good. We aren't manually setting. I am manually setting the app base URL and secrets though to the wrong one. Okay, so let me do that. Let me get rid of that from secrets. Manage user cigarettes. App base URL. Go away. Okay. No. There we go. I need out of my head. This one. Okay, Control F5. Yay! And it sees my database. And this is the most recent one. So, connect with Twitch, which is probably going to have me actually log. No. Connect to the channel. Success, success. Success. And here's a chat. a chat. There is a chat. And here's a command, else sky. So this is TBD's primary project. It's called Liquid Sky, or it's codenamed Liquid Sky, and it's a project management and planning application, as it says there in the description. So definitely check out his channel to just see a ton of really cool technologies, and he works on so many different really cool things. And he tells you how he puts things together too, and he answers questions, and he's just an all-around good guy. So check out his streams when you can. Another fantastic streamer, shout out to Dread Breadcrumb, usually seen doing music related activities, if I recall. I try to lurk on your stream every time I see you live. No guarantees that I am listening most of the time, because I just typically see a visualizer and music. So I don't really have the volume turned up all that loud. Okay. Spamtastic. Things look like they are working as far as the bot is concerned. So let's turn, this is going to be the dangerous part. Let's studio mode. Squish you guys down a little bit so I could see more butts. RTRAC bot 7231, that is the port. And let us refresh the bot. Stop studio mode, and back in Twitch, RTRAC is turned back on, and bang. Oh, I guess we have to wait for the LLM's first message too. I forgot to test the LLM. Automated realms? I don't think I configured automated realms to do localhost. I really need this to be in secrets though. Thyrobius. Hopefully the LLM request just times out soon. I think I have it timing out after 290 seconds. It's some weird number. Request star out. But hopefully the bot will still run. I mean, the RTRAC will still run once it times out. I just don't remember whether that crashes the bot or if it's actually okay. All right, so there's that one. This is just the HTTP file. So once I get Angie fully up and running as a server, the bot will be living on Angie. But for now, since I'm running both the LLM and the bot on this machine, I need to update all of these. Okay, so nothing. Did I seriously take less? Oh, it's 150 seconds, but could have sworn that was more than 150 seconds. You should have given the message. I ran into an error. I'm terribly sorry, but my brains failed to understand. Anything? Doesn't matter. Oh, actually, it does matter. Here it is. Failed to upsert viewer. Wait, what are you upserting viewers for? What even is that? Sequel. Viewers and viewer nodes. Do you remember adding this? It would have been on stream if I added this. I just don't remember adding this. Okay, but we are getting crashes, so let's just go to wherever this code is, trying to upsert viewers. And comment it out, because I don't want to do that without your permission. I really don't remember doing this. Can you give me a file and line number in my code where this failed at, please? Shared server bot command manager. Upsert. Okay, let's not do this. Anywhere else? Is it? Sorry. Whoa. When did the volume get up that high? All right, how's this? Once it plays another song, because it just finished that song, it's great. You gotta actually start making noise song. The thing about lo-fi and chill music is it takes a while for it to kind of... There. Okay, this is about the volume I usually have it. So how's that compared to my voice? Thank you so much, DC Aggie. Okay, so this is no longer being called, which means we aren't doing any kind of upserting viewers. Good. Well, I mean, yes, and so I do like more chill music so that you can choose whether or not you want to tune into the music, but I also like having it low enough that you can turn the volume down so you can't hear the music, but you can hear me if you feel like doing that, because that's what I do on most people's streams is I have the volume turned down, because like if I'm lurking on 4 people's streams at the same time and I kind of want to listen to at least one of them, but sometimes 2 of them at the same time, then I just have the volume turned down enough where I can only hear them speaking and not the music, because it kind of clashes. And that's the main reason why I kind of just have Dread Breadcrumbs stream turned down to 1% all the time. Because it's all music. It's so music that it's music. Okay, refresh. But you're just a crazy lurker. A normal lurker would only have 1 at a time audible. Yes, true. I mean, I do normally only have 1 at a time audible. I do have the volume turned up to 1 on many of them. Why is it telling me that Bardaki is... Was I watching a rerun of Bardaki this whole time and he wasn't actually live? Because I went to his channel to get a description for him so that I could add it to the bot. Oh, right, which is currently turned off because I just turned it off. Such weird times. Anyway, so it was just playing a stream from, you know how at the top of someone who's offline, sometimes it plays a previous stream. if they aren't showing anyone else's channel. But yeah, I've also heard that only like 2 channels will get viewership from the same IP address if you have multiple channels showing. But there's just a lot of times when I want to consume the content from other people's channels. Like Finite. I find what he does extremely fascinating, even though I don't understand HLSL. I don't understand, well, I do semi-understand C and C++, but and whatever else he uses. So I like supporting him, is what I'm trying to say. But I don't always follow what he does because it's not as relevant to me. Other than he puts out some pretty amazing OBS plugins for free, which is insane. That goes there. Still trying to get things situated. But yeah, so his channel is another one that I lurk on, but I have turned down, but I want him to get the viewership of. And then there's people like Sorcery Story that I tune in and converse on occasion. TBD Gamer, who I'm always tuned into because, again, he's using really cool technologies, stuff I'm interested in, and just, yeah, good workflows, etc., etc. I think we can close out of Lev. I'm gonna try load just for the heck of it. I know it's gonna crash. Okay, it crashed. Other funny things. Someone in the stream, and I wasn't keeping track of it, but someone in the stream was often talking about bifurcation cards. Because I got a 4 terabyte M2 card for both of these computers, so that one already came with one, but it only came with one. This one had a 4 terabyte and a 1 terabyte. And so what I ended up doing was getting 2 more 4 terabyte M2 storage devices. And that meant that I had 1 extra 1 terabyte or 2 extra 1 terabyte. Where did the other one come from? Oh, I had one in an external chassis. An enclosure. So I had 2 leftover 1 terabyte M2 cards. So I got a bifurcation card so that I can use them both. And I tried using it on Angie, and come to find out, even though his chipset would support it, I don't think Gigabyte, at least on that model, implemented bifurcation support in their BIOS. Yeah, he turned into an OBS magician. Wasn't he doing like Python and Lua stuff for his work product? I kind of remember seeing some Lua, but definitely Python. But now he's like almost exclusively doing OBS plugin stuff. And I mean, I have some, like, I'm going to check to see if they carried over, but I have a group that all I should have to do is turn on here, cameras, filters, retro effects. Yeah. So, I mean, just like that. So I copied all of the plugins and stuff over from my old system because I backed everything up except for my bot database, which was crazy. And then, of course, my secrets for it. But I was able to recover those. So anyway, it was just that easy to set up. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Okay, we should be back. We have this back up. No. this? Why didn't you reload yourself? I've really got to update this though. Like, there's so many broken things about this and things that I wanted to add, but I struggle so much to do anything stream related off of stream. Which is why on Fridays I tried doing the bot for a while, but then I just got carried away in conversation and didn't work on the bot at all. Okay, let's first see if the LLM responds now. Oh, hello. Good, good. Internal server error. Great. Flippin' piece of... That's not what I was supposed to see. Where to look? Where to look? All right, TBD says, takes a while to get used to... Oh, because Dread Breadcrumbs said, I'm surprised with the Twitch VOD split, there isn't a way to split the audio playback during live, i.e. turn off the music track. There was some app that I just recently used. Facebook Live has it, where you can turn the music off separate from the speaker. So with Twitch already having had set up the thing where you can stream to a specific channel and have that never go to the VOD, you would think they'd make it just as easy to push a button to toggle music on or off using that same channel. And we talked about it on a few community day streams ago. But all right, what was your error trying to communicate with the LLM? We don't know, because I don't have any meaningful logging turned on. Which one of these is the one for processing an LLM message? Here, process at me message. Wait. If the message contains at automated rooms. Send text request. Perform requests. Okay, so here. Yeah, all we're getting is an error 500 to localhost port 7865, which is my API, I think. Let me just verify. Does anyone know where I put the LLM stuff on this machine? Anyone at all? C drive. Nope. E drive. Local LLM, TextGen Web UI. And there should be a command flags that tells us which port we're listening on for the API. Come on. Come on then. So this is where we get our models, which is one directory up. We are listening on port 7865. So why error 500? You know what? We have that HTTP file. I said we have that HTTP file. Where? Boosted API? Oh my goodness. Okay, so if I change all of these, right. I think we found out that the API endpoint still needs to be reached using my network name. Yes. I can't use localhost port 78. Yes, I can. Okay. Where's the response? 402 unprocessable entity. What even does that mean? Yeah, internal server error. Did you? Oh, you know what? I haven't updated. Is it? Weird. You're right. But you should be able to select 1080. Huh. Omenas, I apologize for any inconvenience that may cause you. So what are you telling me? You are telling me if we go to text gen, we made sure that we loaded. Actually, you know what? Let's just verify. Let me check chat real quick. Okay. We're going to verify that this works here first. And it's also possible they updated the OpenAI API since this is a fresh install of TextGen Web UI, and even the interface looks very different from the first time that I installed it. So it's possible the API is different as well. Testing you out. Oh, yeah, cool. And it's responding as automated realms. Good. TBD says it looks fine. Both. Thank you for checking that. Was there a setting that I needed to set? All right, thank you so much for the alert, TBD. Once again, you did a fantastic stream this morning. I hope you had fun with it. Is it you? No, because I would need to be asking Lev, not Thyrobius. Yes. Close. All right, let me close out of Lev because he's confusing me. I did close out of Lev. Whoops. What I meant was let me open Lev and make sure that it's not running my TextGen Web UI, because that's listening on the same port. It's just it's a completely different machine, so it should be fine. The other thing that I wanted to learn eventually is right now I wanted an easy way to host internal web applications on my internal network from Angie. And of course I know how to publish the folder and run an application based off of API, or not API, based off of port number. But I also wanted to be able to just do subdomain.computer name, and that would be whatever the application is, .computer name, which is going to be Angie, in order to serve that. However, because of the way that lookups work, I'd have to modify each computer's host in order to point it to his IP address for name resolution. And hi, Clayman. And I don't want to have to do that every single time I publish a new app. Your router allows you to change the internal DNS routing. Ooh. I wonder if mine does. I'll have to check. I have, actually, which one are we connected to? Which one would be the one? Because I think my wired connections are all going directly to the modem slash router through a switch. Yeah, and then my Wi-Fi network is all going through this what are you called? Nighthawk router. So I think I would have to do it on my modem slash router. What do you think? Because that's where everything goes through in the end. And in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. Huh? Did I just test you? How's it going to you, Clay? So it's going a little confusing for me. I'm trying to do too many things at the same time, and like all week since Friday, because my computer came on Wednesday, didn't it? Wasn't it Wednesday? Yeah. My computer came on Wednesday. Ever since then, I've been trying to get my entire situation set up, computers moved around. I reformatted everything in the end, and now I'm just trying to get everything back up to where it was before, at the same time as trying to do my day job during the day. And as you can see right now, the only thing I've been doing is spending time on the bot. So pretty much this entire hour that has passed, I'm going to make up for at the end of my workday, which means that that 2 hour buffer that I have from 1:30 to 3:30 is going to get eaten up by doing actual client work. Unless I get this up and running sooner, in which case it'll only be an hour and 30 minutes. DC Aggie, what? My web history? I swear, honey, I was looking for a reason. The wireless access point was really hot. Is it because I say access instead of access? I do that on purpose, but anyway. LLM. Do I have to change you to Simple P and Automated Realms every single time? I didn't actually save Automated Realms. Dang it. Oh, I didn't save my character. When you're at your character creator screen, make sure to save your character after setting it up. Back to Lev. I'm so confused. So yeah, I've been trying to do too many things at the same time, overwhelming myself. But I don't know, you guys seem to have find enjoyment in seeing other people suffer, so here you are. But I also hope you take enjoyment in watching people succeed, because I am going to succeed at this. We're going to win, and we're going to do it together. But yeah, so pain is content for you. Yeah. I'm trying to change that. I want to change that expectation. I'm shouting out the right person this time, the first time around. Check out Clayman Dev. He is an amazing game developer. He is very smart, very talented, amazing stream quality and content. He works on a game called, don't mind me, I'm just a little distracted. A game called Epic Hero Game, which is inspired by games like Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball series in general, where you are super duper, super strong, do the do. And you fly around, not really, well, I guess you do kind of fly on occasion. Don't run out of energy when you do it though. Otherwise it's going to be bad news bears. He also created a fantastic stream game called, gosh, I always, Ragdoll Racing. RDR, Duca? CRR, Chat Ragdoll Racing. Thank you so much for that, Ducasoft. Are you trying to say there's something else rather than suffering? Absolutely. And I want to encourage you to point those things out more often than you point out the haha, you failed kind of situations, because I would like to see a shift in paradigm. And that's one of the things I'm using this platform for. It's like, let's just celebrate each other's successes, encourage each other, and cheer each other on instead of just constantly laugh at failure. Yeah, one day. Okay, here is my blurb for the LLM. Save it this time. Automated realms. I just don't like that it doesn't automatically keep these settings. So the text gen web UI that I was using before, you set this information once, you set your preset, and it would load the next time that you loaded the UI. Same thing with the character. And I think the instruction template, we left it as it was. Then we tried loading the model, and the model loading works just fine. I just wish there was something more meaningful that it gave us as far as exceptions. Why are we getting an internal server error? I wonder if we can see the server error. I didn't think about that. So maybe this is going to give us some information about what error was happening. Okay. DC Aggie says British zebras are called zebras or zebras. Not sure if my puns and jokes count as suffering or not. Either way, I'm entertaining myself. You're entertaining us too. You're amazing. Dread Breadcrumb says, honestly, that's why I love hanging out on Twitch. It's wonderful to see people building and winning and celebrating one another's accomplishments. Yeah, me too. I just think that at least in the past year, there has been an influx of trolls in the development community. There didn't used to be this much trolling, but it just seems to be like, this is how we have fun on the internet. This is what it means to be on the internet, and I want to change that. I don't want that to be the case anymore. Okay, we're trying to do OpenAI API calls, and it doesn't look like this thing received. Oh wait, we got a response. Okay, so why didn't we get a response last time? Automated realms, what's good, bruv? Oh my gosh, we finally got a response. Good gravy. Why did that take so much effort? Refresh. Okay, so let's see now if the archery bot is working. Hey there, buddy. I'm glad you're here. I say that, and Automated Realms is one of the biggest trolls, especially with the archery game. I am not receiving pub sub requests. That's what's going on. Come on, I still have 4 days, I think. It's either 4 days or 7 days. I can't remember whether it was the 6th or the 9th that they are turning off pub sub and fully transitioning over to event sub. But yeah, we're definitely not getting connected. Are you subbing what I'm pubbing? I don't think so. I'm listening very closely, but no, I don't think so. Okay, so what I think I need to do is generate a new secret. dev.twitch.tv, manage, 7231 is in my list, new secret, copy my new secret, go into user cigarettes, and paste my new secret. My client ID, wait, that was the wrong one. Stream secret. My client ID has not changed. Good. Okay, so we need to, which one of you guys is the bot? This one. You go over here. Once again, we need to stop you. Hopefully though, we'll get some PyTorch support on 5090 and we can just use that computer as the bot, as the LLM at least, the OpenAI API. Paste my new secret into chat. Speaking of, let me just go ahead and copy something else into my clipboard like 8,000 times. Because I tend to use Control-Shift-V, and if you have copied anything inside of Visual Studio to paste elsewhere, it'll show up in your Control-Shift-V history. Good. So let me just clear that out completely. Okay. So I've updated my user secrets. I've closed user secrets to my knowledge. I'm going to pull the window back over. Good luck, us. Oh, we can get rid of this window. We can move you back. Gambate. Using client secret. That'd be hilarious. Okay. Good. Connect with Twitch. And if I go over to the archery bot and refresh, I was too lazy to do studio mode this time. It did not disconnect me from the other window. And I have the app set up so that my Signal R server will tell all of the clients when I am connected to Twitch pub sub, and this will update if anything changes. So that's good. So once we get the chat portion connected again, which is also going away. So not only, like, I thought it was only pub sub that was going away, and TBD is like, oh, no, try looking at the thing again. IRC is also going away. So none of my bot is going to work once changes happen. Oh, and all I need is just something to replace Twitch lib. That's all. I just need something that'll take the exact same parameters, that takes the exact same calls for connecting to Twitch. I don't care how it gets set up. The only thing I care about is being able to just point this thing to that new library and use the same methods. Unfortunately, I would have to make it myself. Sounds like a job for an adapter pattern. I think so. So we are getting chats, which is good. Automated realms should still be responding. Yes. I'm gonna try out the archery game redeem. Hopefully pub sub still works. Oh, I meant to do that as a reply. Dang it. Oh. Yay! New secret for the win. Cake and coffee, please. Okay, so now I need to do something else that is magical, which is head over to this one's going to be very dangerous for me to do. So let me go ahead and turn on my super secret screen. Open up Notepad++, pull in my app settings for the server, and paste in my new secret, which is going to change anyway before I even get that server set up. Whoa, that was scary. I thought the scene was changing. I was like, what are you doing? Who got control of my OBS? Loading. Please wait. Oh man, me. Okay, everything is closed. Secrets are closed. File is closed. Folder is closed. Perfect. And if any of you would mind, can you also please try RTRAC 590. Shoot. No. Never mind. There's still something broken. It is not reading those as commands. Okay, so back to desktop. Oh man, I really don't like smart zones or whatever this is called. It's in the way so much. I need to turn that off. Do any of you use that? The smart zones thing? Like I normally will do the corner docking and stuff, but most of the time, like I don't remember who it was that said, don't you have power tools? You should set that up. And I'm like, I should. I said power tools, I meant power toys. You know what I meant. There's nothing smart about anything that I do. Yes, there is. Reg says, well, as much fun as you are having while I lurk, I need to go. Enjoy the day. All right, thanks, Reg. Thank you so much for the unlurked and saying hi and bye. Hi, bye. I hope you're not leaving because I was being annoying. But if you are, I understand. Okay, the thing that I needed to check was why are we not able to see command messages? And I think it has to do with the database setup. Message received. Redeemed. Should we wait? False. Here's the information about where the target is. Ducasoft was talking to Automated Roams. Was that Automated Roams that said it, or did you actually ask? Okay, you did. You said cake and coffee plucks. And then Automated Roam said, I'm happy to help. Please provide me with the ingredients and I'll do my best to prepare a delicious cake and coffee for you. Ducasoft said, I can't do that. One Lions really keeps the list well hidden. Oh, I see. It might be best to ask One Lion directly for the list, then. I'm sure they'll be happy to help you out. You can ask him. He's on now. All right, I'll ask One Lion for the list. Thanks for the help. Okay, command shoot moderator action. It is not a moderator action, is it? Does anyone see database? Database. Access level. Everyone is 1, moderator is 3, and game is 10. This, oh, I see. Okay, back to the database then. Bot commands, VuData. All right, so everything that I have as 9 should be a 10. Interesting. Master is ahead of update connector. And has some things that didn't exist. Okay, so we're gonna do a update database, I hope. Because there should be some migrations that add these lookup items. Build failed. Why did you... We're running. How did build fail? Build did not fail. I think I need to set migrations as my startup project. And in here, okay. 404, database not found. Oh, how is build? Because Discord bot is suddenly part of my build configuration again. How have we been running the application this whole time? You're so confusing me. Build failure. Reason. Build did not fail. So true. 404. Database not found. Anymore. Scary. Build failed. I can't figure out how to close your console window. True. Kind of what it felt like. All right, let's try this again. Please tell me you have migrations to apply. Please, please tell me you have migrations to apply. No! Tell me that you can apply the migrations. Goodness me. Dios mío. Oh, man. Error list is null. What if I dropped the access table? Like this should be, actually, you know what? Script migration. Let's do this ourselves. This really should be a drop, or not even a drop, create if not exists. Script migration. So for those of you that love the joy of Entity Framework, you get to witness some of the small pains of migrations. But the thing is, wait a minute. What? What is this? Okay. Okay. So if exists, set identity insert on. Okay, I'm gonna manually apply this. Oh. Because what else am I gonna do? Delete the database and lose all of the records that I just re-added? Boo data. Okay, so here are our access levels. Everyone, broadcaster, moderator, subscriber, VIP, and bits, which are 1 through 6. There is no 0. Then for our lookup, command action types, echo chat, text response, custom execute, command class. This one just says command class. Word redemption, camera modification, scene modification. Isn't this just so ambitious? Sound. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, so the thing that happened is I updated my lookups to start at ID 1 because any ID 0 that you try to update in the database acts like it's not a record that exists in the database. So the way to allegedly fix this. Oh my goodness. Just do it this way then. What is today? Right, because I can't use the same name twice. What in the world? Null and ID means create a new flippin' record, you pizza. Interesting. Very interesting. And are you index? No. Okay, so all I'm doing is I'm shifting all of the records down 1 ID and then deleting the first record so that we no longer have a ID 0 in the database. And that should be all that my update does, but I also saw a create table streamer shoutouts, as well as alter table viewers add first scene. So let's see if we are connected to Angie. Which one of these is to connect? This one? Why didn't you just, oh, history. Angie. Okay, so we're gonna run this one manually. Actually, we are first going to truncate EF migration history, which is delete from EF migration history. I usually use, well, no, I don't. I usually use delete from. But I know you can use truncate. I just don't remember why I prefer to use delete from instead. What? How does the database not have EF migration history? It's right here. Because I didn't change the database. Okay, deleted from EF migration history. And we're going to insert previous migration and then do this one here. Cool. Allegedly, everything is up to date. Allegedly. Okay, and that means that I now need to update everything that was 9 to 10 like so. Then we tell automated realms to refresh commands. It's not running anymore because I stopped it. So we don't need to tell automated realms to refresh commands because we stopped it anyway. So let's go and stuff. I am relaunching. And we're crashing. System cannot find the specified file. Why suddenly? Weren't we just running? Oh, clean. Rebuilt. And okay, build worked. Now run. Oh my goodness. So suddenly Visual Studio doesn't go to the back. Suddenly I am in release mode. Did anyone see when I did that? Yes, when I went to change the configuration in here, I changed to release, but I don't, okay, and then that applied up there. Never mind, I know what happened. I could see what happening, and they don't have a clue. Okay. Are we lunching? The thing I don't get is, why aren't you bringing this? Why aren't you automatically refreshing this? Okay. All right. Archery. Go. Here. Shoot. I don't even see the target. 490. Too high. Pew. 390. Too high. Shoot. 290. Yay. 94. The bot is back. Now we can do some real work. Yay. All right, so you go here. You can close. I don't know what this window is. I don't remember how to view and edit data in a table. I accidentally pressed F1 when I was trying to push escape. I remember doing that. I was like, why is it giving me information about how to use this? I know how to use this. All right. Well, welcome back. Here, I'm going to do this. Starting soon. TM. You guys keep telling me over and over, but I never remember. What is the ASCII code? 0169? That's closed caption. What is the TM ASCII code? Oh, we didn't start yet. Perfect. 153. Let's see if we can add 0153 here. That's better. Okay, here we go. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and you are all amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Today is a Wednesday, which is the middle of the week, but it's my first streaming day of the week. And currently we are looking out a window behind me at a place in Ulan-Ude, Russia, sometime in December of 2024. So, welcome in. I'm getting an email from Ryoku. You know what? Where is my email opening anyway? Over here. The ultimate solution for sore and swollen feet. Thank you so much for that. I needed that today. My feet are so sore and so swollen right now. Report junk. Report junk. Okay. Hey, One Lion, nice to see you. Hello, Clayman. Welcome in. Who wants to window swap? I've got me or Vista. 3.11 for work groups isn't available for swapping. And by me, he said ME. 3.11 for work groups isn't available for swapping. Anyway, hi DC Aggie, hi Dukasoft. I hope you're all having a fantastic day so far. Earlier today, if you were with us, we were getting the bot up and running, which it is now up and running. So I think we can continue with the stream as a stream. Yay! So let's get some work done. We have a good 2.5 hours or so. I will probably stop sooner than that because I like to have some time to do my time card and stuff at the end of my workday. But of course, I'm going to be doing, you know what, I may as well just go all the way because all the way until 1:30, because I will be continuing my workday after we are done with the stream at 1:30 for another 2 hours afterwards. Wait, Windows? Vista? Like a window with a view? I just got that like 20-ish years late, but it's okay. It's okay. But yes, Clayman is here. Shout out to Clayman. I think this is just going to freeze on my screen. We did a proper shout out to Clayman. Wait, I think it's just SL. Is this the one that gives us the clip? No clip. Okay, so Twitch Guru is absolutely not working for me. Even though I tried to regenerate the stuff, maybe Twitch Guru is just no longer working in general. That is alert browsers. This one. Okay. So anyway, check out Clay's stream. Again, amazing, fantastic developer, super smart, super cool. And what's wrong with Vista? The introduction of, what was it called? Of the bubble kind of look. What did they call that? Why can't I think of it? What was the name of the UI? Arrow. That's the one. DC Aggie is an amazing search engine. Twitch Guru has rebranded, so it has a different URL now. Overlays.guru, is it? The thing is that I went to their site and I went to random clip player and I told it, here's my channel. And I thought that I set it up. I thought that I set up OBS. But I see now that they have like tutorials for OBS and Streamlabs and bot stuff and all of that stuff crossed out. Like they don't have a browser source that you can use anymore. Okay, hold on. It's called Clay Guru. Oh, okay, okay. That's helpful. Alert browsers. Shout out clips. So instead of twitch.guru, it's twitch.so/shoutout. Do you know if the SO clip stuff is still there? soclip.php. Interact. Directory not found. Yeah, so no to the soclip. I mean, yeah, soclip.php. Like when you do it, are you now just listening and get the URL yourself? Okay. 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 So then I am going to instead see what happens when. How do I undo that change? I should have made a copy of the source first. Dang it. Whatever. I'm just getting rid of it. It's fine. Let me copy this. Because I remember what it said. It used to be twitch.guru/soclip/soclip.php. And now it's going to be I honestly don't know because like, so this is what I'm looking at and they have an entirely different URL for this even. Oh, shout out player. That's why. Layman, Caliman, layman, dev. Max duration so that I don't get muted. Yeah, so there really is a Twitch that, oh, yeah. So this is what mine currently says as is anyway. Oh, enter your Twitch username. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's what my source used to be. It doesn't matter though. I'll get it working. I'm done working on the bot. We are going to get some actual work done today. So, man, I didn't even realize. This is what I was looking at. And there is now a twitch.so instead that I should be using. And there is no shout out player. Wait, yes, there is. Okay, I'm gonna try setting this up. I think Dukasoft gave me this link also, or maybe you gave it to me before and it never generated a link for me. Random all time, 29 seconds, so I don't get DMCA'd. I don't care about style, chat settings. I don't need you to post in chat for me. Copy code. Okay, let's see what this does. Studio mode. Alert browsers, shout out clips. Hosta. Okay. SO. Layman. Dev.
It's a thing that I recommend.
There we go.
For everyone to try.
Shout out clips.
Go into an ice hole. Swim in the freezing water.
Needs to be a
for
little bit bigger
bit.
though. Right. Do I actually set the size in here? No. I just pick the resolution. Don't care about that for now. A lot of stuff. Yeah. So all I should have to do is let's play another clip. SO Dukasoft. If I played a clip, or if I create a clip that contains a specific song, I could make you get YMCA'd. Shout out to Dukasoft. Clip for Dukasoft. Yes. Man, why is it so tiny though? That's better. That's better. Okay, we'll do a proper shout out for you too. Okay, and since we're doing this, shout out to DC. Do you have any clips, DC Aggie? It's been a long time since you've streamed. Well, no, we have the cat clip from one of your recent streams. Not cat clip. Mario Kart. Nice. Impressive. Super impressive. Dang, that was awesome. Yeah, so it's up to you guys. Like right now I have it just all time because I like random. Even if it's not current, I like it. But if you would prefer that I only pick from more recent streams, then I can tell it to choose a different time frame. Okay, thank you so much, Clay, for pointing me to twitch.so. I didn't realize that. Like, I totally thought that I came here and I was trying to get it set up, but it never generated a URL for me. Called Tiger Teeth. This is a Walk the Moon shirt. I will take that away from you, Dukasoft. And Good VJ says, my first summer class of 2 months is such a weird looking kid. Beginning of fall season is coming up. Ooh. I do not miss. I heard Python performance, time-wise, overtook C#. Interesting. I still wouldn't use it for web development, but it's pretty cool. Like, I'm not comfortable enough in Python to change languages, but if you find it easy enough to use and, like, I don't know, Gradle seems to be pretty easy. I think that's like the UI platform or UI framework for Python and many other things, but specifically Python. Stream. Save. Okay. So I've bookmarked Guru. Snubble says Flask. Sure. But again, I know .NET. I'm comfortable with .NET, so I won't be changing anytime soon. Not while I am actively trying to get a job done that is all .NET. But that is not to say they are not. What's the word I'm looking for? I am not trying to say don't use those things. Not in the least. Okay, I want to open up. Actually, I want to map my dev drive from that machine. I'm wondering if it's a bad idea to use the same folder as my dev drive, because what has been happening is I would need to, like, I'm in the middle of doing work in the morning, watching TBD, having an amazing time, getting stuff done. Then I go and do my morning routine stuff, come back, and I have about an hour and a half or just an hour before starting the stream on stream days. And that usually means that I have some kind of broken code that's not quite compiling that I need to commit in order to pull to keep working on during the stream over here. So why not just use the same folders and files? Is that a terrible, terrible idea? We're going to find out. So I'm going to map Lev. Which one is your dev drive, Lev? I'll read your chat in a second after I get this mapped. D drive. Obviously. Why would I have chosen something different than D for dev? You should be able to use the same credentials as Windows. Yes. Okay, so here is my dev drive on Lev. It's gonna be really fun to say over and over and over. And we want RTRAC. RTRAC Blazor. Always Visual Studio, please. And it opened over here. That's good, because what if I still had my user secrets? Actually, I wouldn't. I would, because it's using the same settings, the same .vs folder as on Lev. So it reopens the same folders that I had opened last. Okay, good to know. All right, we are safe. Same, and the other C. I'm supposed to call you something else, aren't I? A moment. Karsh. Just Karsh. And I do have that written down. I just forgot. So I was looking it up. Okay, so Karsh says, I'm a data scientist, so I use Python all the time, which is awesome. Dukasoft said, it was so tempting, I'll put myself on cooldown for a year. Karsh said, also Django is used by YouTube, Spotify, and Instagram, but these are just tools to solve different problems. Python is more suitable to implement AI features in your web or desktop app. There are wrapper frameworks that seem to perform pretty decently. I'm happy with them, but if I do get into a position where I am doing a lot more AI dev type of workflows, then I will consider relearn. Well, I do know how to read and how to write a little bit of Python, but read Python. But actually using it on a more consistent basis, yeah, I will only do that if I have to, if I get into a situation where I am doing that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So Karsh, for simplicity. You can call me One Lion. For difficulty. I use Python all the time too. I do Python 3-m HTTP server to start a local web server. Says Snubble. Okay, so do you guys remember what we did last in RTRAC? Because I sure as heck don't. The other thing that I don't have on this machine are the user secrets for all of these apps. Okay, so I need to grab my user secrets for RTRAC real quick from the other machine. Now, what's going to happen when I open the same solution on that machine, same file? Probably nothing, because I've opened the same solution in multiple instances of Visual Studio and it performed just fine. My eyeballs. Okay, user cigarette, copy all of this into there, copy some random textuses, copy, 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 copy. That's about 9, right? Save, close, laws. Santa Claus. All right, I'm gonna leave RTRAC open on that machine just to see what happens, because I'm going back to it after we are done here. The other thing that I've been playing with recently, this is kind of, wait, what was the other thing? The first thing was that bifurcation card that someone else was talking about recently. The subpaths, the base URL that President not sure, Napalm, that somebody was having issues with recently is going to be an issue for me if I don't figure out how to get DNS working on my router. That Tyron he just mentioned that he uses a DNS table on his router specifically. So I'm going to see if mine has that capability, which would be really cool, because I would love to deploy to subdomain.computername. That would be the most ideal for me. But if I can't get that to work, then what I could do is use computername/appname. The thing that I started saying this, the thing that I'm used to doing is deploying or publishing my application to a folder and then moving that folder to the computer or the location that I'm going to be serving the app from, and then either manually running the exe for it or setting it up as a Windows service using NSSM, which is something about being a simple service manager. What do you call it? Non-sucking service manager, which I strongly recommend. In fact, I'm going to download it now because I'm sure I don't have it installed at the moment. I absolutely love using NSSM. So that is this thingy here. And so it is you can do it fully command line. You don't have to use the UI. For those of you that are like, using UI makes you handsy. But I use the UI. All I do is NSSM install the name of the service and then configure everything in this little window that pops up, and it works amazing. So yes, broken sword is who it was. Thank you. I'm going to need to do that. So yeah, that's where I was getting at. So what I'm used to doing is installing it as a Windows service, but then I have to remember what port I'm running each specific application on. So if I'm running TextGen Web UI on port 7860, then I can't run what's the other one? Automatic 1111's Stable Diffusion UI, because that uses the same port, so I need to configure a different one. And since I'm so used to both of them running on 7860, I'm going to need to remember which one did I put on 7860 and which one did I put on 7861. It would be much easier if I just configured something like IIS to give me a sub application using my computer name / application name, just like Dukasoft put there for app use path base. And then I'll have to make sure that app use path base works for all of my resources, for all of my static files, and it maps everything correctly. So I installed IIS Manager on Angie, and I'm going to try that out today. The other thing that's going to be fun is getting a trusted certificate, because I do want to run HTTPS apps locally as well. I know it's all local network stuff. None of the connections, none of the ports in my firewall are open to public networks. If for whatever reason my computer was switched to a public network, then it would not accept the connection. And then also the only IPs from this IP range are accepted. So I have it set up to where it's fully internal only, but I still want to be able to use HTTPS kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm just weird like that. So anyway, point is I'm going to use IIS with application subpaths unless I can get the router DNS working, because I really don't want to have to go through every single machine and be like, go into the host file, edit it for this app dot Angie DRS, go to port or go to IP address this. For this other app dot Angie DRS, go to the same IP address. That's just going to be annoying if I have to do that. But if I don't even have to configure app use path base, then I think we will be good to go. So is DC Aggie, who is the other one. So if you're still around, DC Aggie, did you get your sub application stuff fixed, working? Because I will be working on that again very soon. Like tonight, specifically. I did not, but I've been distracted by other things. I think you said that too in the conversation. Completely okay though. I will give you any lessons learned that I have, that I come across while setting up Angie. Again, only if my router doesn't have a DNS table of some sort. But I still should practice deploying to a sub application in case I do have any for work. Like if I ever get my chart API updated, then that'll be a sub application of RMA Water. Yeah, I will do that. I usually track and write down everything that I do when I'm setting up a new service or system, because I know that I'm either going to need to reset it up. I doubt it was. I use Unify because it's so good, but expensive, and it has crazy features. Yeah, and mine is just the modem / router that the ISP gives you. So it's highly unlikely that I will have it. But yeah, I like to document all of the steps that I take to set something up, because I know that I will eventually need to reset it back up either on another machine or when I reformat. And so I had my guide that I was following when I reformatted all of these systems, but I skipped a step and forgot to, well, no, I didn't skip the step. I just skipped one database while backing up all of my databases. The hardest one was MariaDB, because I hadn't done a backup of MariaDB databases, and it really is just using MySQL dump, which is kind of surprising. Something smells good. Something smells like fried foods. Oh man. Oh, that's gonna be distracting. All your database are belong to no. I really need to get that as a clip, at least as a GIF. I think that was, no, I'm not even gonna guess which game it was, except on the side here. All your base. So I'm pretty sure it was Ninja Gaiden. And there is a nope, it was a game called Zero Wing. But Ninja Gaiden has a an achievement called All Your Base. One of the Ninja Gaiden. I used to always call it Ninja Gaiden, and then I learned a little bit of Japanese, and I'm like, what was I thinking? So we get 2 dad jokes. Dad joke number 1, what do you get if you put a duck in a cement mixer? Quacks in the pavement. That's terrible. That hurts my stomach. Poor ducks. Maybe they're just rubber ducks. I'm gonna assume they're just rubber ducks. That made me sad. Best bot says, what did one wall say to the other wall? See, again, they both are related to walls. I'll meet you at the corner. And well, no, I guess pavement is not walls. They're both related to construction. Just so odd that they both picked from random jokes. Same service, just random. Right. Did I set up my package manager as well? I think I have my, I haven't used my DevExpress free key in a long time, so I don't know if it's even still around, but I didn't want to expose it. But no, I don't even have my package sources set up. About that checklist for setting up a new dev machine, apparently there's a lot I didn't do on Thyrobius. Speaking of, this is a pretty This is a Kamael from Lineage 2, which is the inspiration for Thyrobius. That's why he's the desktop background. Yeah. Except that Thyrobius was not a... And I think only females could be the Soul Breakers, I think was the name of the class that used... what are these called? Rapier. Jeez. Hello, Thindle. Welcome in. Hope your Wednesday is going well. Are you feeling any better? Like, more better than you were when we last saw you? Which you said you were feeling better, but are you better? Way better. Awesome. Great to hear. So Thindle, if you guys don't know him, which I'm sure all of you do, pretty much back now. Awesome. Is a .NET developer working in .NET, obviously, applications. He has an e-commerce app, and he has also been working on client projects on his screen too, which is so cool. I love seeing that kind of work. He does modernization type of stuff. That e-commerce app was I believe, ASP web apps, web forms, one of them. um, application web forms and went all the way to .NET Core and even some Blazor in the admin pages and such. And yeah, just amazing times. So definitely check out Thindlestream whenever you have the opportunity, whenever you see him go live. If you are wondering when he's going to go live, just hit the follow button. Make sure you're following him. Turn your notifications on. Give him a watch. Make it a good watch too. I'm trying to look for secrets in RTRAC. But first I need to go to Lev. I thought that I opened Lev. I was too busy talking about Thyrovius. So Lev, Alt 0153. I just used it today. I don't have a background for Lev yet, but Lev is a human from, like, again, all of the characters are inspired from characters that we role-played on Lineage 2, and they all have really, really deep backstories by now. So that's why we named our computers what we named them, and we just kind of got the feel for each of the computers. It's like, who are you? And we knew this one was Thyrovius with how flashy and how much flair. He's a diva on occasion. But Lev, super duper quiet, super silent. For being that kind of computer, like, he makes no noise at all. And we just knew it was Lev. But Lev is the... I don't know if I'm ever going to release my book, so I don't want to give that spoiler away on stream. He's a very important character in the story. Okay, secrets. User cigarettes. Manage user cigarettes. Thindle is saying, so how are you? Just saw your name pop up with some messages and I'm like, ooh, I'm not reading chat. I need to read chat. I am doing much better now that we got the bot up and running. I feel like I am about to start making progress. I'm on the cusp of moving forward and making progress. Right now I'm just getting secrets copied over from another machine. Did I already do this? I already copied the secrets over. Oh. All right. For all of my local DB connections, they all just need to be to Angie at his Newport, New Mexico. And I can close out of user secrets. And I was like, why is this already back on this screen? And it's because I already copied the user secrets over. Oops. Okay, RTRAC. I think I remember what we were doing last, but no guarantees. Where are you on trusted? How do I make you trusted? Trust repository. We were in the process of upgrading it to .NET Core because right now the version of RTRAC that's deployed is a .NET Framework 4.7.2 or 4.8, one of them. Application, MVC application. I needed to get RTRAC over to .NET Core, specifically .NET 8, in order to add the data import utility to it so that we can do the lab data import stuff. Right. And the most recent thing that we did was got our identity service added and running correctly. No. That's the second most recent thing. The most recent thing that we did was we got some UI back from stuff that I had already gotten done before. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't show the names of the new follows. That way, in case you just wanted to hang out and not be bothered, then I can just thank you for the follow and you know who you are. But if you do want to be seen and heard, then feel free to type in chat and I will greet you there. Otherwise, thanks again for the follow and potential lurk. Okay, so we did get the UI back apparently back in 2022, back in 2010. Oh, right. That was what I was trying to get from Lev. Oh my gosh. See, I'm trying to do too many things at the same time. Back in 2022, I did some work on bringing RTRAC to Blazor, and I set up a whole bunch of UI, and I really don't remember doing this. But it was before I left the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge for Sagetti. And then I worked at Sagetti for a couple of years, and then I came back to the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge as a direct contract. So yeah, the thing that is happening currently is that my NuGet package sources are not currently set up, and I need to set them up because right now they are just NuGet. And this uses internal libraries. And since I'm logged in using the account that has access to my Azure DevOps, this should work by just adding all of these package sources. I don't know where my NuGet local is though. I'm going to use the same from Lev. I only copied a curly brace. NuGet local and change it to Z drive because that is what we mapped them to. So for anyone that may have missed, I set up one new computer and reformatted 2 of my existing computers and had to get all of this stuff reset back up. But one thing that I did was I mapped my dev drive from that machine to this machine so that I wouldn't have to keep pushing broken code to my Git repository just so that I can continue working on it from this machine. Instead, they're using the same directory now. So that means that all of my directory structure should be the same for my NuGet local packages as they are on the machine that I'm running this code from. We'll see what kind of issues that brings up, and we'll handle them as they happen. Which kind of, now I don't really need the dev drive on this machine, so I could just reallocate that. Although what I could do to keep from confusing myself is put all of my Unity projects on this machine. I don't know, man. Cotton. Offline packages. Do I really need to add the offline packages? Because that wasn't a source that was by default. I'll add it. Or wait, machine wide. Oh, that's why. Okay. So none of these are anything secret. Because you wouldn't be able to access that one anyway. I didn't realize that's a fresh install of Visual Studio Professional. This is a fresh install of Visual Studio Professional, and there's already a difference, which is that there's this machine-wide package sources section that I don't see on that machine. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I just thought that that was interesting. Okay, grab that one, update, and finally, Dev Express that I have not used in a really long time. And Snobble is greeting Thindle. It says hello, hello. Just like that too. Okay, can we restore now? Restore. On the guy, don't do weird stuff like prompt me for my username and password and stuff. Just use my login. I'm already logged in. Just do it. Thindle says, Thindle greets Snubble in return, in greeting to Snubble. Recursion. In order to understand recursion, you must first understand recursion. Or so I'm told. With no exit condition. Hey, I think it restored. So let's do a build. And I need a browser over there. Will somebody be my browser? My on-screen browser? Look at all of those possible null reference warnings. I mean, look at all of this yellowish orange stuff that you can't really see because the text is super small. Because I am leaving my resolution at the higher resolution. I like having the screen space. It's been super nice. I will just zoom in to the places that anyone might ask to see. What would have happened if it warned for impossible null warnings? A lot less yellow would show up in my code. At least in this code base. Everywhere else, it would just be this big wall of yellow because I tend to take care of that pretty soon into conversion development. Just zoom. Just zoom in the interesting part, aka the code. Yeah, exactly. So I try to make sure that the code on screen is big enough, but I like having my solution explorer and my tabs and my console stuff. I've got too many warnings. Excuse me. Oh, because I get it. Ninja Gaiden all your base. I try really hard to not add. Oh, I fix a few every now and then, and I try really hard to not add new ones, so the warnings are going away over time. Cool. I take care of all of them as soon as I feel like that's pretty much what we're gonna do next. As soon as I make sure that the app can run, which is what I'm trying to do now. I didn't realize that I only did a build because I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing, which is dangerous. It's looking good. We have a console that popped up. When I activated null checking, I got like 600 warnings. Yeah, I try to turn that on as soon as possible with a migration project. Why did you open it there? Oh my goodness. Okay, so here is our current view of RTRAC. We have some font issues to make it match everything else. It did save my login information, which is cool. And here is our login process. And we logged in. Wait a minute. this is not your father's Oldsmobile. What was the deal? The deal was that we found the UI. I kind of remember pointing this to the new UI though. Didn't we do that? I don't think we did that. RTRAC blazer.pages.routes. Absolutely we did. Routes uses main layout. And we'll go to index.html. I'll wait until you're done typing all of it, and then I'll try to read it all at once. Global usings. Okay. So starting from, speaking of Oldsmobile, I found an old photo album from my grandfather. He went to Alaska to do the Klondike thing, came back and crashed a farm? Cashed a farm? What does cashed a farm mean? Like funded a farm? I don't know what that means. Oh, just bought a farm from scratch. I mean, without loans. Okay. And came back with a T Ford. Like a Model T. Ah. Aperture science. Okay, main layout. Oh, no. I definitely got the connection, for sure. I did. I promise. I'm just trying to think of why. Like, what change did we make in order for the UI to show the way that we were expecting it to? We did it on last Wednesday's stream. And obviously it was something that I didn't commit, or this is not latest. Neither of those. You special kid. Oh, I'm not going to remember the new password that we set up for this. You're just going to send me a notification. Good. Hooray for not having to remember passwords. Which is this thing. Logged in. Yes, there is a change. Okay, hopefully that is what we need in order to get our UI working again. But yeah, Thinda was saying, and there's the connection to the Oldsmobile, so very random, but I found this like the day before yesterday, so brain went there. Totally okay. You're absolutely fantastic. You're good. Don't mind me for being distracted and not really knowing where I'm at. What? Ooh. Are we still waiting on you or what? It says we're listening. Colorado Ballet is doing Swan Lake. Yes, there's our UI. And it just authenticated, authorized, and we are seeing all of the things relevant to my current role as intermediate looking at Lab AR. I remember when we were looking at this, we saw that there were some issues as far as, where's records check? Ah, regular data. This was always showing something else. And when we would change installations that we were caring about, it wouldn't update. Okay, but point is, we have our UI back. Dark mode is a thing, so we're going to stay in that. And it should remember that we chose dark mode. However, every time that we make a change to styling, to anything that does actually get hot reloaded, this will go back to light mode. So in order to, and I'm just going to prove that to myself real quick. Let's do text decoration underline for everything in my top bar. Compiling, compile successful. CSS autosync? No? Look at that beautiful, beautiful node docs in action. Thank you, Duke Bot. All right. I'm trying to compile. You got name dropped on VS Live? Awesome! On the Visual Studio YouTube channel. Very cool. Super happy for you. I hope that doesn't make you feel like super pressured for updating no docs. Why did you? Interesting. I don't like seeing people feel stressed, pressured, and stuff. I mean, it's a good motivator, but I hope it doesn't happen often. Like, I hope most of the time you're just able to do what you like to do and enjoy doing without all the stress. Such. Okay. Hi, pressured. I'm Bartek. I think he said he's always pressured. It's rude of you to just shorten his name like that. You should be more conscious. I mean, I know that you two are really good friends, but this is the first time he's telling you his name is always pressured. You shouldn't just go on and be like, assuming you can just call him pressured. Anyway, moving on. I made that awkward. Finno said, and it was about me contributing to another extension with code derived from NoDocs. Awesome. Code highlighting or non-selected code unhighlighted. Very cool. Very cool. And he sends some Zelda hugs and hearts to Clayman. So my CSS autosync didn't work. Hot reload file on save. Do the hot reload. No changes to do. And where is CSS autosync? Does anyone remember where that setting is? this, right? Enable browser link, CSS hot reload. Okay, so I think that requires an app restart in order for it to start working. And then we're going to copy over my little fix for what to do when hot reload moves us back over to light mode and I want dark mode to apply. And what's up with this though? Didn't you save to my localhost, local storage? Dark mode enabled, true. Why didn't you reload with dark mode enabled then? You're supposed to. Okay, make a change, such as in text decoration, underline. Compiled successfully, CSS autosync. CSS autosync. Can I manually push it? No, that's the actual, yeah, that's refresh linked browsers. That's definitely, but that rebuilt. That's not what I'm used to that button doing. Autosync. Floppy-eared Martha. Main layout, div ID top bar. Okay, what if I change content then? About it. Hot reload? Yeah, I'm not even seeing hot reload picking up on changes. Oh, there it goes. And now it just lost all of the styling on hot reload. Why so serious? Maybe we're gonna try .NET Watch. Yeah, let's try .NET Watch because that's what used to always work for me for CSS autosync and hot reload. But then things changed around and suddenly Control F5 was working better for hot reload. And yeah, CD, RTRAC Blazor, .NET Watch. I just love this directory structure thing. My teeth are hurting. Why are my teeth hurting? Ow. Sudden toothache. It's like that feeling when you bite into something too cold. Anyway, Thindle says, meh, who needs style anyways? A black t-shirt and jeans would be good enough for anyone, right? You can still do black t-shirt and jeans in style. And I mean you specifically, Thindle. No. Pajama pants. Oh, you can't see it. Pajama pants and a black t-shirt for me. No style here. And my 1,000 hidden socks, according to Automated Realms. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I just saw what's going on. The file watcher observing my mapped network drive encountered an error. Insufficient system resources exist to complete the requested service. I wonder if I need to map it with the specific credentials, because I'm logged into this. You guys wear clothes? Don't you remember needing to go out to do your drone filming? You do too, on occasion. I wonder if I need to map this network drive using the specific credentials. This computer is logged in using the same credentials that computer is, since I'm just using Windows Live or whatever it's called. Ah, back. Yeah, you're right. I know. So don't ever tell me that I'm right. It'll go straight to my head. Yeah, that sucks. Okay, so I'm gonna have to rethink the way that I am mapping these drives. How do I know what account Visual Studio is running on? Is it in Task Manager? You would think that it would be running on local user if you didn't start it in admin mode. Details, please. Select columns. Nope, that doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Username. Okay, so devenv is running as my local user, which means that you should be able to access that directory. So what do you mean you had insufficient resources? Whatever. We're gonna just clean up all of these warnings real quick. And I say real quick, but I mean it's gonna take us a long time, because there are 199 of them. But I want to do all of the null reference ones first. Great. And AutoMapper has a whole bunch of issues with using null propagation. Yeah, I want this, but for these. Specifically, only the ones that are doing it like this, please. There we go. Okay, so that fixes all those. 3 of them are taken care of. That means we're done, right? Wait, that was really the only one in my mapping profiles? So I actually did do null checks for just about everything. I thought there were going to be a lot more in there. What are you pointing me at? Where's my code highlight, syntax highlighting and stuff? Okay, so lab lot item is nullable. Is this a query? No. So we can just do lab lot display defaults to... We can sort on null, right? Pretty sure you can sort by null. Or with null values in here. Oh man, I keep saying this, but look at this beautiful, nice and condensed. I don't know if you can see it very well, but nice and condensed 2 space tabs, curly braces on the same line. Doesn't it just look so much cleaner? I miss this. But just for you, just for you. Curly brace on new lines, 4 space tabs. Two space indents or tab indents sized at 2 spaces? Spaces as tabs. I'm going to say it every time. I have no problem preferring to use spaces in place of tab character. You say that. You say that. You're just too blind to read. It's not me, it's you. I'm kidding. Don't worry, I already control KD'd. I KD'd. We're good. Okay, master default. If affected record is null, then we put a table that has a row that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 columns. And we put the text. I don't know why you're inside of a text block. Right, and this is like the same format as everything else. But this doesn't sound right. No. What even is affected record? We're gonna have to look at that again. Not again. I mean for the first time, because I have no idea what it is. And did that control KD just... Yes, it did. So then Thindle is saying, I use tabs until I looked at my actual settings and realized I've been using spaces all along. I blame Visual Studio. Yeah, I do like the arguments for using tab characters as tabs. I completely agree with them. But I still have a preference to use spaces. All right. I don't know why you have an exclamation point. You do not need to be null forgiveness after having had checked for null right there. What is this kid doing? 2022 was not that long ago, and I was still making these decisions. What a crazy, crazy kid. All right, where else are we? I think I need to do another rebuild so I can get my updated warnings, because these are not clearing. Still says I have 190. Oh, I think that's right though, so never mind. Just kidding. Okay, this is UI as well. Ergo, we can just do a null. Successful TRNs. Oh, okay. So this is something that I have never seen work. Yeah. And wouldn't it make sense that if you're doing a link expression that says where X is not null, all right, thank you so much, DC Aggie. Thank you for being here. That would be a good enough null check for your select. So you're only selecting non-null objects, and you're selecting that non-null object dot something. But it still complains that you aren't doing a proper null check. It's very weird. For each item in items, where item is nullable, because T item would be nullable. You should be an auto. So this is one that I still disagree with. Although in this case, why am I even doing it this way? You should just be an auto property. I'm fine with that. I don't know why I'm setting a code or a backing field. What is the point of this? Why not use selected item directly? I really don't know what's up with that. That's very odd. No. Get rid of you. Make you an auto property. Safe. Okay, you're an auto property. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know why I used a backing field for that. That makes absolutely no sense. So yeah, we're just going to initialize this. What version of .NET are you targeting? If I cannot use a collection initializer, it fixed itself. .NET 8. I don't even think I can attempt that accent. Wait, that's I don't know if I can do that. You're like, why is there an apostrophe before an? Not a property area. Yeah, I just didn't understand why there was an apostrophe before and, but now I can read it. correctly without that. Are you an object? Okay. How did that do a null check? That makes zero sense to me. So this used to be like this, right? And my normal approach for this is to do a ternary operator. No propagation. That will set this false if item is null. Or item does not equal last selected item. Or, sorry, item does equal last selected item. But that doesn't make sense to do here because what if last selected item was null and current item is null? So that I get would fix our null check. But when I did object.equals item to last selected item, which both of these are nullable, no, T item is not nullable, is what the deal was. I don't know. I just confused myself, that's all. Okay, go away. We were doing something with this screen. What were we doing here? We were fixing our list of selected items or something. Oh dear, let's do this first because I'm gonna have to do it on every file anyway. Let's find all of our .razars. Razar. Really? Nothing in client. You're all still same project? I still have Tommy menu in here. That was from a long time ago. Did I switch projects yet? No. Okay, we'll start with these. Oops. This is what I do as a developer. Oh man. Here is a day in the life of one lion being a ritualistic developer. Is that what we're gonna call ourselves? I think I've said this before, but one of my very favoriteest things to do with a code base is to make it look nice and make it easier to navigate and maintain. Now, when I write new code, I tend to not do that. But when I go back through the code and I do stuff like this, where I'm formatting everything, checking for weird things like empty pages, then I do a lot of cleanup in the process. So what I do is, like here, to keep my brain in the same context, I'm only opening .razor files, and I'm doing Control KD to format them, and then looking over in this bar, the navigation bar for any glyphs that might indicate warnings or suggestions, and then applying them or just fixing whatever is wrong. And I guess the other thing that I will do is any file that has a code block, I will move those to code behind. Because I have a preference now of using code behind files when it's not just parameters that are listed in the code block. Although, am I sure that you guys are really going to give me the glyphs? Because I have a feeling that these are some of our warnings, and they just haven't rendered as warnings. What page is this? View final. No. How are you nullable and yet? Yeah, what I don't get is that this is an IEnumerable of sample data model, which is a non-nullable object, and yet the IntelliSense is telling me that this is a sample data model that is nullable. Even though all of the members of this collection are non-nullable. I don't get that. Why do you have an at? An object is null checked up here. Control KD. Quick scan. Control KD. Quick scan. Already did this page apparently. No, I didn't. It just didn't format. Ooh. Right here. You there. Do. So now would be a good time to bring up random conversations. Oh, here's another thing that I stopped doing is putting quotation marks everywhere. Like I rarely use quotation marks when I'm assigning parameters. The only time that I use them, wait, did I just hear a Bardaki stream? I think I just heard a Bardaki pew. Nope, I didn't. I'm imagining things, just hearing things. I heard pew. It's weird. What was I saying? See. Oh, I stopped using quotation marks unless it's something like a lambda or an event callback that has some kind of input or something. Can you pass a string? No, that one you can't. So, wait, can you pass a string to a method if you don't have question marks or quotation marks? Yeah, correct. You can, but you wouldn't do that. So you can't just put a method call here. If you were going to do that, then you would do lambda. And in that case, you would be able to pass in a string with quotation marks. So that's why I prefer not to use quotation marks. The thing that I was thinking that you were asking was if a parameter itself is a string value, then you do have to use quotation marks around the thing that you're passing. You can't just do like string, at least that I recall. It's been a little bit. So let's say this was some string value parameter. And if you did at whatever your thing is, that was a string, then it would, if I recall correctly, output at underscore trns bang return object. So that one you do have to surround with a string, with quotation marks. So I think that's really the only case that I use quotation marks in a set when I'm assigning a parameter to a C#, the thing. But the not needing quotation marks is good. I always feel dirty when I do. I think it looks cleaner. You can tell the C# apart from HTML a lot easier. Oh, and of course on element attributes, right? I forgot you still need quotation marks for that. But as far as on your own components, and C# callbacks. Beautiful. I think cur result is the thing that you're telling me is sample data? Only sample data. Okay. And this was that thing where if... No. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That's actually not a bad idea. But I still preferred that other one that we did, and I think that was in record check. No, we haven't touched this one yet. There's record check, there's COC check. Yeah, this is the one. I prefer that this, and then continue. Well, I mean, you don't have to continue since you're... Oh, oh, that's actually better. So one thing that I don't really like is indenting to begin with. Like I said, I prefer 2-space indents where they're actual space characters and not tab characters, which is fine. I could do with tab characters if I was forced, but I still prefer them to be 2-space. I make them 4-space and curly brace on new line for the stream, just for you guys, so I don't trigger too many people with my coding style. But doing the continue in this if effect rec is null, or afrec is null, means that I can do away with the else curly brace new indentation. That's nice. Thank you, Copilot. You're a great Copilot. Okay, we're on TSP check. And your message is actually error and TSP check. And it's so weird. I really do think that no one uses the TSP functionality of the app. So TSP has something to do with air particles, particulates in the air, and the measurement of how many particulates per whatever the threshold is, or whatever the measurement value is. And we have had air samples that have been logged. Often, I thought that there were none because I didn't ever see anything in the TSP related portions, but it's because they're using regular data to do all of the TSP sampling, all of the air quality sampling. So I don't know why we have it. That's all I'm trying to say, okay? Full story, bro. Okay. Cancel. I know what I just did. Okay, stay like that. I really, really, really would prefer it if our formatting would also stay when we push Control D for these situations, like they do in C# files, .cs files. It would be nice if you can be read-only. You can be read-only. You can be read-only, which means that we aren't. Oh, no. It was just that I didn't have the visibility modifier. And I use the visibility modifier on everything now, too. Even if it's the default, which is private. I'm not taking that suggestion. One of you guys is most likely a collection. Use .count instead. Oh, wait, that's the inverse. Yeah, the problem with using .count in situations where I'm checking for null, right, is that we can just do it this way. Is something where count is greater than 0. Right. This is something that Scott keeps reminding me about, and I remembered on my own. Which means that I'm forming the habit of doing that. Find out why it is skipping. Lab cannot be null. Check when supplying the rule set. No idea what this to do even means. So cryptic. Oh, we have so much work to do in this, but it's going to be fun. I hope it's going to be fun for you guys too. I really do enjoy updating apps. Come on, Copilot, do you remember what I did last time? Oh, you do, but you're like, you aren't in the spot where you did it last time. What? Even? That's different. But sure, we'll take it. Yeah, why not? Sure. Okay, view mode. Is view mode actually the correct thing, or did I forget an L on model? I did not. It is view mode. Okay, so this is another one of those situations where I'm like, they really should allow for full properties on parameters and not give warnings. I am going to go ahead and leave it as a warning for now because I do want to clean up any places where I am using a parameter as a full prop when it should be a auto property. But in this case, I'm not really doing extra special logic to this property because typically you don't want to do a lot of work in the setter of a property. Instead, turn it into a method. But because this parameter is getting set by the route itself here in @page, then I want to convert it from the string that we're using in the route to the enum with a default value of view when I'm setting that parameter. Yes, thank you for the shout out again to TBD Gamer. So we talked a lot about TBD Gamer, who is an amazing app developer. And lately he's streamed a lot less over the past couple of weeks because he had some surgery, but he is recovering. He's able to sit at his desk now, and he's been doing some Blazerbot. He's been doing some bot work because everything is Blazor to me. He's been doing some bot work lately on his stream, trying to get back into the flow of things. So, but yeah, this doing thing work is tough. Why can't people just leave me alone to watch streams and tinker with technology? You can do all of it all at the same time. You just have a lot of anxiety when you do it. Oh, look, no reference exceptions. Wait, are you actually nullable for one? Yes. So you are nullable. So then why didn't it go away when I did a flippin' null check? Dereference of a possible null Miami. Thank you. Contains first analysis is potentially null. But wait, why is first analysis potentially null by the time we get here? First analysis should not be null. Is it that first analysis is a first or default? Yeah. Or new. So first analysis is never null. Okay. So that's not the null that it was giving me. Oh, right. Sorry. You're not a collection. The null was on sample number. We'll just do, we can't do null. We have to do string.empty. Blazor hosting model.empty. I top good. I top real good. Y'all watch me top. It sounded kind of like the mom from White Lotus, from this season's White Lotus. No, not that mom, the other mom. You're not. Fixed. All right, what's your suggestion? Your suggestion is not a suggestion. That's green. They look gray to me. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're only going to allow that to show if current lab lot is not null. Jesus. Am I crazy, or does this actually seem to be taking a little bit longer to register that changes are being made? I'm kind of thinking that I just need to use the local drive and keep doing things the way that I was, which is just commit, pull on this machine, do the dev work, commit after we're done, pull on the other machine. Because we're having issues with hot reload anyway. I think I'm going to do that. Let's do that now. Meow. Right, meow. That way I commit to a thing, we do it, and call it good. So RTRAC on Z drive. And now my local dev drive. I have a dev drive, may as well use it. That's the logic, right? RTRAC Blazor. And the reason I'm copying it back over now. Yes, Thyrovius. That was a little bit too much work for him. 23 minutes. I don't think so. We're only going to do this folder, and we're getting rid of bin and obj. That is a lot of bin and obj. How many projects do you have, man? It's one solution. Jeepers. That was over a gig of bin and obj files. I mean, we may as well do that here too. Do a nice clean build. Jeepers. I really don't remember any of these projects being more than a gig after being compiled into bin and obj. Assets, static assets. I probably have a large picture or something. And yes, I do want that .vs folder as well as I'm copying it over so that I can have the same files open that were already opened. This is better. 3 minutes. $888 files for whoever that is for. 888. Whoever has been seeing 8s a lot lately, that's for you again. All right. I want to remove that RTRAC from there and there so that I don't confuse myself. And also so I don't confuse myself, we're going to go ahead and unmount or disconnect. I have files open. No, I don't. How many Windows Explorers do I have open? Why isn't this one closing? Oh, because that's the one that I'm trying to do this on. That's my dev drive. That's desktop backgrounds. That's TextGen Web UI. No, I don't. Try again. I wonder if it's just having Visual Studio open. There's probably like a locked file. I'll remember to do that after I close out of Visual Studio. No, all the Explorers are open. Every single one of them. What am I? How did that happen? Habanero sauce. All right. My dev drive. Or make it. There's your problem. You've got Visual Studio open. You're being just like Balint on Big Gamey stream. I don't talk about you and writer. In fact, I encourage you to continue using writer. How dare you? Oh. Using your NetBeans writer. I can't do it like John does. Dude is too clever. NetBrains? JetBeans? Which, by the way, I did need to reinstall Eclipse on that computer. Oh, the joys. The joys of writing Java code. That is a lot of suggestions in this file. Holy cow. And why aren't you formatting? Are any of you green? I think some of them are green. You can be simplified and you can be read-only. But who up here is green? One of you? Oh yeah, right. One of you is green. So I am looking at these and I'm reviewing them. And as I mentioned before, I'm making sure that it is a valid place that I would think is a valid place to use a full property as a parameter. All right. Prefer to use count. Is that what this one is going to be? This is count. No, I'm totally blind. Oh, you. Timer is definitely going to be read-only. You just get disposed. Let me make sure that I am disposing you. I am. Good. Instead of using equals default, I actually do want you to be nullable. And that should mean some new null reference checks once we get down there. Oh. The collection initializer thing that I don't like is when it recommends doing something like this syntax. I don't really like this spreader syntax, but it doesn't work on this one for some reason. Probably because of nullability. All right, enjoy your meetings. I'll be ending soon anyway, but I really appreciate you being here, TBD. I look forward to catching more of your streams coming up soon. Thanks again for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Is something with count greater than 0. And that's how I learned to read these curly braces, by the way, with that syntax. If that's odd to you or you know a different way to parse it in your head, then I'd be open to hearing it. And if you missed what I said, I read it as if I'm outside of a method, so this isn't going to be pretty. If sample count, which is a number, so if gerlab lot is something, is how I read that. Even though this really is an instance variable or is a non-null instance of an object. It's just easier for me to say is something. And I think that might come over from VB. but I can't really remember. Yes, you can be read-only. You can be in a collection initializer. Yeah, do it. Give me all read-only fields suggestions. You can't be. Oh, you're an object, not a collection. You are a collection though, and hello, Jax Builds. I've seen your name before. Do I know you? Have I seen you before? You look familiar. Oh, familiar. Thank you so much for the follow. Do you hang out on in Twitch and other developers' channels often? Yeah, most likely. How are you doing on this fantastic day? Something with a count greater than 0. Actually, you know what? I should just be able to. This is going to be very dangerous, but I'm doing it. So, anytime that I have question mark dot any question mark false everywhere in this entire solution, this is dangerous. I'm going to replace it with is an object with count greater than 0. This will fail for any nullable I enumerables, but I'm assuming I have a lot more in this code base specifically lists than I enumerables. And none of them should be arrays either. Since this was 2022 and I didn't know any better. 174, that's going to cause a lot of issues, I bet. It's fine though. Everything's fine. Look at all of these cleaned up dots on the right with some new red ones. You're a game engine developer. Do you stream? Right? Do you stream your game engine development? Yeah, you do. Shout out to Jax Builds. Are you on Irish John's channel on occasion? Is that where I've seen you? Red dots, man. I always click on the red dots. Yeah. Either that or he just likes to say, I'm going to the Jax. Which is just mean of me to say. That was rude. I apologize. Anyway, I'm following you now. It sounds really cool. What, I don't even know how to ask this because I know of people that have been creating game engines like Anna Sastev or Canny. Although I don't know if Anna is creating a game engine. Anyway, point is, I have seen other streamers who create game engines. Oh, and what's his name? Tim Baudet. Anyway, but I never really paid attention to, yeah, absolutely you can. I never really paid attention to what language you write your game engines in. Like, are you using C++? Are you using C#? Are you using some other language? Oh yeah, you can send it on Discord. You can send the link here. I prefer not to use those imager websites and stuff, but if you like send a message in Discord and then post the link to the image directly, or just put it in Discord and I'll see it. There is a show off section. Where? Under general? Ideas and feedback, maybe? Maybe? Shared any? Yeah, so there is a show off section and shared any. And welcome in. But definitely feel free to share. And I will show the picos. While you're pasting that, I'm going to continue applying these suggestions. Did he say suggestions? Yes, I got it from Tyndall. Posted. Shared any. Ooh. Ooh, where's open in browser? Ah, they updated. Here it is. Whoa. The textures on that airplane. So is Rare the name of your game engine, and is this UI, this editor, also part of your game engine, or is this how you're building your game engine? I honestly don't know how this works. Because if this is your own editor that you're building too, not just the game engine, that is insane. And regardless, I mean, building a game engine is insane. But you have a color picker, object browser. Anyway, I'm assuming that you are typing your response, so don't let me rush you. Definitely take your time writing it, and then I will show that again when you are ready. Very impressive. Yes, compound. Compound fracture. I mean, probably not a good one. Non-nullable lab lot. Do we want to default to new? I mean, is that what you're defaulting to now? Yeah, so you are defaulting to new, so that's not a terrible idea. All right, so those are two separate projects. One is core and one is editor, but both are linked together using static library, and you have everything from scratch. That is awesome. So you are making the game engine itself and the editor for the game engine. That is super duper cool. Well, I look forward to catching your streams in the future now. And yeah. Definitely see you there. Oh, come on. I'm moving too slow through this file. You there. You are a collection. Where am I from? I am from what? Well, I am from Kansas. Let's say that. I spent, well, no, gosh, man. Now I can't even say that. I'm old now. I lived in Kansas for about 14 years. No, 18 years. So, okay. So I can still say this. I spent the majority of my life in Kansas. That's the place that I lived the longest because my father was in the military, so we moved around a lot, and then he retired in Kansas. But I was born in Germany. Both of my parents are from Puerto Rico. And I don't know what else to say about that. I was raised mostly on American soil. So America is where I'm from, I guess. Use string.equals. Except that that's nullable, so I would have to do string.equals like this. Why wouldn't you change it to that? I mean, I guess I could have just flipped it around and said this dot equals, since that's not nullable. You're from India. Awesome. Very cool. What part of India? India is a big place. It's like me saying, I'm from America, and not really telling you Kansas, Colorado. I mean, it's not like I'm actually going to know the name of the place unless it's like, yeah, I'm not even going to try to remember any names of places from India. Use.count. You're not nullable, so you're fine. All right, some more null stuff. Found wreck is null. Just Northeast India. That works. Works for me. Yeah, so I'm doing a null check here, but I'm not doing a null check here. So what we're doing here is we are unsubscribing from an event that I was listening to before in this found record, making sure that we don't have a duplicate subscription. Otherwise it will fire twice. And we are checking for our current record containing key found record. Wait, found rec is an object. Okay, all right. So we're just going to move our null check up. My bad. I thought that this would have needed to happen regardless. But yeah, we're just going to put it there. And then you can be a compound or a null propagation, my bad. What am I making? So this is a client project. I am doing my day job, my regular workday. And the place that I work at is a place called the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. I have 6 Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. And so this is a place where back in the 1940s, 30s and 40s, it was a military installation. And what they did here was they manufactured chemical weapons for the wars, I guess, multiple. It was really only for World War II that they were manufacturing the chemical weapons, but it started in World War I. In the hopes that they would never have to use it, but they needed to be able to back up and say, hey, we have all of these weapons, don't attack us. Or come at me, bro. However they talked back then. I'm sure it was something like that. So anyway, they used to manufacture these chemical weapons. And what happened was we didn't use those weapons, thankfully, or at least to our knowledge. And so they needed to destroy the weapons and get rid of the chemical waste. So they split it up into this is the safe waste and this is the hazardous waste. They took all of the hazardous waste, put it in vats, put it in barrels, and buried it underground. Good idea. That didn't cause any environmental issues whatsoever. Then they sold off part of the land to a company that manufactured pesticides, and that pesticide company would have all of their waste drain off into the water system, and it would roll off into the water. I don't even know where they used to have this factory, but I'm sure it was somewhere close to this water line. Water flows from southeast to northwest. And so anyway, that caused a whole bunch of environmental issues. And you're like, but wait, this doesn't look like the site of an environmental disaster. This place looks clean. This place looks nice. I'd actually want to visit there. And you're right. You should visit here someday. Because they were dinged by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, and they were like, you guys need to clean that up. Do it now. This is a disaster. People are getting cancer. Animals are being born with multiple heads. Crops are dying. All of the bad things were happening. So they did this thing called making this place a Superfund site, and they spent a lot of money and effort cleaning up the environment, moving a lot of the radiated soil, putting measures in place in order to make sure that the environment gets cleaned up. And so now here we are some 60, 70, 80 years later, they finished all of the cleanup process, and starting in about 1980s, they started tracking and monitoring the current quality and just saying, we're good, EPA, leave us alone. Everything is still good. And then eventually the place went from being a military installation to opening up to the public, to becoming demilitarized. And they introduced buffalo, they introduced ferrets, they introduced some endangered species so that this could be their habitat. Lots and lots of different types of deer. Every now and then, not often at all, we have wolves that trudge through, scare the crap out of me when I used to have to drive into the arsenal and I'm unlocking the gate and there's just this wolf trotting up. It's like, are you gonna eat me? Please don't eat me. And then these guys, the buffalo, they would just stand in the middle of the road on occasion as they were migrating from place to place across the arsenal. Like I used to come in through this gate up here and then I'd travel down and then across and down, and they would either be in this area or on my way out, I would take this route and they would be up here, and they were almost always there, and I just have to sit and wait and wait and wait. And then they'll stare at the car like, I'm gonna ram you. You think you're strong. And I was like, please don't ram my car. So anyway, point is that they've done this big cleanup, and now they are just monitoring and making sure that nothing got missed. So they do random sample checks for soil, air, and water quality. They do treatment plant maintenance so that the treatment plants that are put in place to keep the water clean going out from the arsenal, from the refuge, is still clean. And they need apps in order to be able to monitor all those things and track those things. So I'm the one that maintains all of their applications, and I mean all of their applications that they used for this. And there are quite a few. There's like 10 or so, and a whole bunch of databases. The applications were created a long time ago, 2002 through 2008 or so, and they were JSP applications. When they hired me, I was supposed to turn these applications from JSP to .NET or to some Microsoft product. I chose .NET MVC. This was back in 2017. And in 2018, 2019, when Blazor came out, I was like, all right, once I'm done getting these over to .NET MVC, I want to try out this Blazor stuff. So then I started converting all of the apps to Blazor after that. And now here we are. I did leave the contracting company that used to be the contract to do this software development stuff because lots of bad things happened and I could not be in that work environment anymore. So I left and I went to Sageti, which is a bigger software consulting firm. It's international, it's worldwide. But I was in Sageti, USA. Actually, Capgemini is worldwide. Sageti is, I think, only France and US. I can't really remember. But anyway, Sageti is a subsidiary of Capgemini, so it's worldwide. So I was working with them. I had an interesting experience working with that team there. It was also culture shock for me because I hadn't really ever worked on teams, and the team that I did end up working on was probably not typical, and it was just a really, really bad experience being on a team like that. So I don't ever want to work on a team again. Thankfully, the kind people at Navarro were still wanting me to maintain their applications. So about a year in, I was finally able to get permission to continue working on these applications part-time as a direct contract to Navarro, which is the contractor for the prime contractor for this work that needs to be done here. And then a few months after that, I was just like, let's just do this contract thing full time. And I went to work, or I'm here now working as a subcontractor for Navarro directly through my company. And it's been a lot of fun. I love these apps. I love working on these apps. I just love, you know? think I said it all. I hope that wasn't too much. But as mentioned, I do look forward to seeing your streams. And yeah, we'll get there. So right now what I'm doing, by the way, is I am this RTRAC application that I'm working on. So right now, I guess the answer to what am I making is I am upgrading this application here, which is called RTRAC, which is the application that when we send samples out to a lab and they do the analyses, they send us back results. This is the application that we put those results into, or that they communicate those results to us using. And as you can tell, it still looks like it did from 2006, 2008, whenever this app was made. Because when I did the conversions from JSP to .NET, I just picked up the HTML and CSS and moved it over. I improved a couple of things, but I tried to keep the apps looking the same so that the users still had the same experience. However, we're in 2022 now. I mean, 2024 now. In 2022, I started doing some UI work, apparently, that I don't remember doing on this app, converting it to Blazor and all. And so we have a lot of work done as far as converting that .NET Framework MVC application to Blazor, but there are all of these warnings and suggestions for the new versions of .NET that I have not applied. Didn't even know they were going to be a thing, so I didn't think about doing them that way. Nullability was still relatively new, and so I didn't do a lot of good nullability checks. Yeah, why are you? Yeah, you can be void. So yeah, so that's what I'm doing now. This is one of those situations that I was talking about earlier, where it was possible that some of these variable.nes are not list.nes, and so they wouldn't have a count property. They would instead have the count method. And when using an IEnumerable, you most likely would want to prefer using any instead, because that will be faster. So yeah, an IEnumerable. Sample number is potentially null, and apparently in my sample number item, sample renumber item, sample number is not allowed to be null. So maybe this needs some different logic where I actually need to make sure that the user is supplying a lab and lot that does exist. Jack says Texelware.online rare comes under this organization. Actually, I run this, but the game engine is completely my contribution. So Texelware is your company, is what you're saying, I think? Or you just are the manager of that company and someone else owns it. And again, regardless, super cool stuff. All right, here's another situation. It's an open source software organization that you run. Awesome. Very cool. Yeah. I do have a couple of open source projects that came from needs that I have for this job. And the way that my contract is set up, I am allowed to own various portions of the software. So if I come up with a library that is not necessarily specific to the RMA applications, then I can own that software. So for example, I have a data import utility, automated realms, that is part of this new effort. I I'm ending soon and I was wanting to get a bunch of stuff done, but on Friday, so I'm going to stream today, tomorrow, and Friday. This is going to be my new normal for now. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, same time. If you come back on a Friday, those are days when I do stuff like full reviews or whatever it is that you want to talk about. It's called Community Day. And did I actually make a command for the description of Community Day? I was thinking about making a command that just said what Community Day is. I called it CD. No, but I didn't end up making the blurb. So Community Day is a day when I invite anyone from the community to either talk about some topic that you are interested in, host a conversation, do a presentation. We can review your website, for example. I am ending soon. I'm making a note here. But since my stream does happen during my workday, one of the things that I like to do is try to focus as much as I can on the work itself. But the reason that I stream is so that I can connect with other developers and just talk with you guys, because I'm a solo developer. And up until 2022 or 23, I can't remember, 2022, I had never worked on a software development team other than having one other developer when I came to the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, and then a couple 3-month stints back in 2009, 2011. Whew. So anyway, point is, I get a lot out of being able to connect with other developers while I stream, but I also try to focus on doing my job. But then on Fridays, I devote 2 hours to just focus on you guys, on everyone in the community. That said, I am going to go ahead and end my stream here though, because I need to do I need to do 2 more hours of work. I would stream those 2 hours, but I just want to keep my schedule normal. So yes, if you have the time jacks on Friday between 10:30 a.m., which is UTC -6 now, UTC -7. Are we UTC Denver, Colorado, UTC? I can't remember if we are currently UTC -7 or UTC -6. Because our time just recently changed and we lost an hour, so we've got to be UTC -6. Anyway, point is, you know what? I have this UTC. We're UTC -6. There we go. I need to update this. Ending text. Join again text is what I meant. Properties. Okay, UTC -6. Thank you all for being here. I really, really do appreciate you. You've been amazing. Your energy is awesome. I love hanging out with you guys, as I mentioned. And I will see you again tomorrow if you happen to stop by. So my streaming days for the foreseeable future: Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wednesday and Thursday, 9:30 a.m. UTC -6. Friday, 10:30 a.m. UTC -6. We're going to raid out. Ciao, Duka Duka. I bet you can't guess who we're going to raid. You may as well follow before we get there. But yes, we are heading over to Irish John Games. His channel is marked as intended for mature audiences because he does tend to use colorful language. If you're not a fan of that, I recommend that you don't come along. Otherwise, definitely feel free to stick around. We're heading over to Irish John, hanging out with him, enjoying our time there. I will be lurking on his channel while I finish out my workday, and we'll be back again tomorrow. So that's it for now. You already claim that you will never be mature. Mature. Duka duka. Okay. We're only halfway down. I'm going to push the raid button early so that I can continue my work. Okay? Okay. Ciao. See you on the later. Okay. Automated waving. God, come on.